right, that works. Morning, morning. Okay. ZM. Why ZM? Uh, is it Lilia or Elia? Laya? I just want to know for future reference because I know you've been around. I want to be able to say it right. But Laya, that's a lot of caffeine. No, I know the all right part, but I want to know what the first part is. Is it liar all right? Oh, it's your wife's name. Okay. Your wife's name is Laya? I heard that name before. Ten a.m. That's when it all goes down. Oh my gosh, dude. Come on. And now I'm green. Yeah, that's right. Jeez. Bitcoin. We need to watch that because it broke some key levels last night, I believe. Yeah. I thought it broke it. It got real close. 111.9, 111.96. So we are far away from making a double top. It's got to close under that level, but this should be an area that it holds. But yeah, we're in. It's close. This would be a double top if that broken. Yeah. Be similar to this. ETH actually looks way better. Died on stream. What happened? Yeah, that guy was something yesterday. Come on. How does it go from 15 to 10? Just give me my $20. It's gonna be one of these days, boys. Was this that French guy? Was it a French streamer? I think I saw that. Like he was 40 something years old and they would like literally beat him up. I think I saw clips about that. Ah, juiced. SSYS. Yeah, the volume's a little light there. Got nothing yet, boys. Waiting on something. Oh. Hmm. Tap 90. How was I not breaking it? Take it. Oh, now it breaks 90. So Maverick. Maybe if I met. 5 minute doing nothing. Mm-hmm. Holding Nvidia through earnings next week. All right. 20 seconds. Come on, give us something. Nothing. Not worth the risk. I could tell you this, in my opinion. Even if Nvidia did dip, it is going to get bought. That's my guess. what is it, like 11 quarters in a row that Nvidia has beat and raised. It's gonna. I mean, eventually they gotta slow down, right? But I don't know if this is the time that they're gonna slow down. A little bit of a pivot point here. This 510. Call it 510, 520 range. MODV filed for Chapter 11, and it's going up right now. That's how stupid this market is right now. I can't. On JPL News today, my guess is nothing has changed. It's going to be the same. The risk to inflation is still elevated, blah, blah, blah. Unemployment's great, so you know what? We have no reason to raise rate or lower rates. Blah, blah, blah. That's my guess. And then the market's going to dump. And it's going to dump through September. And then Jay Powell in October is going to be like, huh? The market really is saying, well, we need a cut. This is ridiculous. And it's going to get a cut. And then we're going to rip into the end of the year. What if it doesn't, though? What? What if what doesn't? The market doesn't dump? Well, I'm just saying seasonally, September's a bad month. So it would be a perfect setup for it to dump. See ETH at 4 a.m.? No. I mean, I just looked at it. It looks great, the chart anyway. Yeah, this is really late volume, though. I mean, possibly to trade. Look at this Archer. On the Stokes, anyway, you got some bullish divergence. I might be a buyer here. As long as Jay Powell doesn't completely take everybody over today. A J-Pow countdown? How did this gap down so bad? Was there news after hours? Did they do an offering or something? This is insane. MoDV 5 minute. Back these down. See if we can do anything. Nope. $14, 8 o'clock. Got some time while still getting any swing ideas. I don't really want to do anything until after Jackson Hole. I think that's gonna just move. Whatever chart we look at right now, I think is gonna be meh. Pointless until we hear about freaking J Powell talk. I mean, Nvidia at the lower Bollinger Band on the daily is enticing, especially going into earnings next week. I don't think he's going to change all of a sudden. I think everyone should know what he's going to say, and it'd be kind of shocking if he changed. Keep watching that Reddit. I thought Reddit was going to go yesterday. We'll see. Tim. Oh, yeah. That looks real good. CLH. Jeez. Looking good. So if he says nice things, I mean, put our balls on the table on some of these, right? Honestly, I hope that we get a news play this morning that I can trade and then get green and then not even have to worry about 10 a.m. and almost just call it a day. I'm not looking forward to it. Kind of sick of this shit, honestly. What do I trade mostly? Stocks. Doesn't matter. Anything that's moving with news, usually. GPX. This would be a cut go 5 if it get over this 101. Five minutes. With stocks, you got to get a great scanner. What scanner would you? You don't have to get a great scanner. If you trade charts on futures, it's the same as stocks. It doesn't matter. It's just a different asset. All I use is a high day or a low day scanner to help me identify stocks that are moving. And from there, I just wait for pattern setups. Okay. Why doesn't this? Okay. That never popped up when he originally did it.
This is a test YouTube membership.
Half the time this freaking thing works, half the time it doesn't. I don't know. All right, here we go. SBET stock buyback. $1.5 billion stock buyback. How is this not absolutely juicing? How is this not going? Right back down, huh? Infinite selling. How is this not absolutely juicing? It's got to get over 19. Man, that's a How does that not fill? Now you're going to cuck. Of course you're going to cuck. I feel like this stock has done this before. Share buyback, but then does an offering, then cancels the offering, then does share buyback. Doesn't do the buyback, but does an offering. Maybe that's what they're doing here. ANTE. Just infinite selling. Infinite selling. Whatever. Whoa. At 334 is the offering price? Did I read that right? A warrant. Damn it. 220. What was I thinking? It's not what I was signing up for. I was looking at the warrant price. Love how Ether just can't make a window. This is how the window opens up. It's like, oh, this is helpful. Like, give me the damn ability to see the whole article. How'd I get 1930? I bought it when it was on this candle. I can't believe there's like no headlines. Huh. ETHZilla getting beat up. No, there's no news that I know of. I just saw it. Volume pour into it. Spike and then nothing. This is what we see constantly. Just one move and then one move and it's disgusting. Like nothing is moving this morning. ELAB does. IXHL. Oh, there you go. See, the pennies have been doing well recently. It's been their turn. $20 million share repurchase program. Current market cap is 20 million. I should get it going, huh? We've been yelling IXHL since PR press release. Oh, you need to highlight that there. Message there, bud. You didn't highlight it once. You know the rules. I don't pay attention to chat unless it's highlighted.
Stock JWSBC.
Stackers, let's go, buddy. Let's go. $5 months, my man. SBAT, maybe. Love how it retraced 100%. Did a 1 minute cock. Didn't do anything with it. The hell? I mean, 1 million shares of volume just came into this thing. Okay. Real-time candle movement. Any broker should do that for you. Some you have to have money in the account for it to be real time. Otherwise, you're delayed. Jeez. And you get 1 pump, and then market makers are all in it. 1 penny spread on 1 million share float. Got it. What's this moving on? 100,000 share buyer. blue sky. There's a ton. Did Chuck just tear ass? I think he did. Did you guys hear that? Big old juicy one. Acting at a 63 level. That's pretty big. $830. EEIQ over 141 could do something. Here's your break. Jeez. IXHL actually worked. I think it's flipping too. Back these down. Oh, come on. Bitcoin's breaking down here, boys. BMNR. Golly, Benzinga keeps disconnecting this morning. I don't like any of those with crypto going down right now, especially with Bitcoin breaking some weekly levels here. I could change at 10 a.m. when the most powerful man in the world opens his mouth. But right now, Yeah, I see that, Elo. This EEIQ is very tight. Give me a cuck. Good. I'll go cuck and go. Jeez. Cuck and go over 285. If it wants it. Should have gone. Hate this market right now, dude. Thank you, Tim. IINN got a patent. LABW played off. Daily's queued up here on this, but I don't know if patent is what's going to send it. $144, of course. Huge balance in Bitcoin. Oh, you're right. Bouncing right off those daily levels. Or weekly levels. Jeez. See if that holds up. Cannot believe II and then it's going. Nothing. This looks like a rising wedge. I'm responsible for the Bitcoin bounce. Hey, I mean, I'll take it. Gotta wait for 9 o'clock. Oh. Hmm. Am I getting ready for hunting season? No. It'll come and I'll just go to the woods, but not like ready for it. I'm not looking forward to it. The joy of my life exits when I'm in a red rut, which we are certainly in right now. It's like all you can think about. It's consuming. Defeat the red monster, the big meanie that it is. What do I hunt? Deer. I made bags. I have. It's still my third best year ever, but it's disheartening that it just stopped on a dime. Like I had a really good July for the first half, and then the second half I cut it in half, and now August I've given back July. So it's just like you look at it from a time perspective. You've literally lost 2 months for nothing. You can't think of it that way. Like you got to like block that out. It's part of the process. You got to get through this shit to get to the green on the other side, but it's a little disheartening. What am I wrong the past 2-3 weeks? Trading has changed quite a bit. Breakouts don't work. You have to really buy support levels if a stock is moving up. It's just not been the same. And it might be because of Jackson Hole. I don't know. Seems like it's gotten worse and worse and worse as we're getting closer to it. Now, if all of a sudden the shackles come off and we see movement, I don't know. I don't know. Isn't it better? Well, you don't know when the cold market is going to stop. You don't know. I mean, if there was a thermometer on the wall that or a temperature gauge that said, "Hey, markets are absolute ass and they're going to be that ass for this long." Sure, but you don't know when it's going to stop. You certainly change your style. I mean, there's still ways to be profitable in this market. Not as profitable for me anyway. Other people are doing perfectly fine. It's a matter of maybe not putting the foot on the pedal all the way, you know? This thing is so... I wish we'd get one more cuck like right here. So was the oh. Nice work, Stackers. That's impressive. Okay. Espet is interesting. That 5 minute like that. $9 o'clock news. Yeah. Nothing. Oh my gosh. This guy. It's only a matter of time, my friend. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. What is this? The hell? 450? Damn. What is this thing? Where'd it come from? It's restricted. Let me see if I can buy it. I can buy it. This ain't no IPO. I don't know what this is. Out of nowhere. $25 for one reverse split. Oh. And a name change. Okay. This is ADD. Damn. See you, Chase. Well, fantastic. All right, potty break.
Daddy, I miss you so much. Please come home.
Volatility, how you doing, man? 32 months. Let's go, bud. Good morning, Depo. Did SBAT break? Kinda. Yeah, J Pow has got the market, got its balls in his hands, and he's just fondling them right now. Hmm. How do I feel like? I mean, it's a tough situation if we're being honest. The only thing I would say is they went from being data dependent to forward looking, and they didn't really make that clear. Because the data says you should cut rates, but if you're forward looking, you should say probably shouldn't cut rates. Do I see markets flat till 10? Yeah, I don't think you're going to see much. Which means we probably hit freaking all time highs or some stupid shit. It's 830s. Interesting level here. This is ZNB around $3. It is a fib level. Gosh, there's so many freaking sellers still. Just walking it down. EEIQ. Oh shit, there it goes. All right, 5-minute break. Be back for the open. This one's the main watch for me right now. I got to check out Nick and Titan's watch list though when I get back. That's a lot of volume there. EIQ, juice. Markets all over the place. Look at that. Oh, disgusting. LIMN. Okay. BLSH, maybe red to green. We'll see. Big. That's the red to green there. Newegg, juicing. Jesus. What do I think of Xian? I mean, it's a reverse split play. It did well on the first pop and hasn't done anything since, so that's a tough one. Damn. BLSH, nice. Just missed it. Spreads are 50-cent wide, though. It's tough. Bad fill. Real bad fill. Horseshit fill there. RCKT daily cock is 387. Hold it down. ELAB, wow. Didn't see that coming. Fig got the level on the daily cock now. It's 74. Alert went off a little late. Dollar spread. Morning, Chicka Bow Wow. Great shot. It's going to retest 74. Run out. Oh, dude. Seriously? RML. I know, right, Phoenix? I know. Look at this. Straight moonsicle, and I'm in the bullshit. I really like this 74. If it can break and hold it on Fig, it's the first daily cock since back here. Like, come on. Reddit, yeah, that's got a nice level there. Jimmy, you might be onto something. Base rainfall event. We'll see. We're mooning right now. BLSH, watching that one come back up. That was a nice mover yesterday. EEIQ, red to green. Or dip and rip, whatever. This halted down, didn't it? Very interesting. FMFC has a level here. EIQ, Cutco potential. On this FMFC, there is a huge wall at that 850, but should be interesting if it breaks it. Just market straight up right now. PLTR 5-minute. Shut up, cheese. Raging Turtle, let's go, bud. AEO, huh? All right, I've got to get out of this freaking fig, and it's just nowhere. Got to take the L on it. Unbelievable. Everything else is juicing except that one stock. Really like that daily setup on it. URNM. $11 on Jackson's Hole. Pretty much, Gia. Tesla's juiced. It's cold in here. Just about missed my trade. $0.40 wide filled on the ask to the freaking penny. Go Pope, let's go. Text expected. Great. Fantastic. EEIQ's trying. I should be doing better here. Just a grinder. Setting up. Out BLSH, another $1,000 loser. I've had a $2,000 loser this morning and two $1,000 losers. So it's been a fantastic morning, and my biggest win has been like $100. SBAT. Did it break? Could call an SBAT. Herbs, it was special, wasn't it? Special. Newegg selling off bad. PSKY high day. Four minutes. I'll have the video up when it goes. The key will be any kind of change in statements that have been made in the past, wording, whatever. See this wall? ETHZilla is. Jeez, this thing fell hard. can't make it big yet because it hasn't started. Bingo? Nah. Too important.
S&P futures continuing to pull back here, 25 up 25 now.
Probably hits all at once here, boys.
Fed Chair Powell said downside risk to employment rising, possible that tariffs can spur inflation.
Macro note, Powell with
2020
comments says shifting
flexible
balance of
average
risk may
inflation.
warrant adjusting policy.
There it
S&P
is.
seeing a spike in activity.
targeting
May warrant
inflation risk
adjusting
tilted to the
policy.
upside, employment to the downside. Policy adjustment may still
Further
be warranted.
comments, the
Rates
situation
still
suggests downside
restricted.
risk to
Labor
employment
market
rising.
in curious kind of balance. Labor supply has softened in line with demand. Break-even job growth is down sharply. Slowdown in job
He
growth
changed.
has not opened up
He freaking changed, boys.
market slack, which we want to avoid. Tighter immigration has led to abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. Cannot allow one-time increase in price level to be ongoing inflation problem. Possible that tariff-driven upward pressure on prices could spur lasting inflation dynamic, but unlikely given downside risk to labor market. Reasonable base case is inflation effects of tariffs will be short-lived. Effective tariffs on
This is a
consumer
big
prices now
change.
visible. Expect effects to accumulate in coming months. Latest data indicates 12-month PCE inflation rose 2.6% in July. Core rose 2.9%. Stability of unemployment rate allows Fed to proceed carefully as we consider changes to policy stance. Says shifting balance of risk may warrant adjusting policy stance. Fed still believes it may not need to tighten policy solely based on uncertain estimates that employment may be beyond its maximum sustainable level. New framework emphasizes commitment to act forcefully to ensure longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored. Idea of intentionally moderate inflation overshoot proved irrelevant. New framework designed to work in a range of economic conditions. Framework removes language indicating a zero lower bound is a defining feature of economy. Says framework calls for a balanced approach when central banks' goals in tension. S&P futures now spiking here.
Dude.
On the Powell comments, big spike up to the highs, up 81 now.
Wow. That's a massive shift, huh?
Those prepared comments from Fed Chair Powell.
Fig right back up, you piece of shit. Wow. Talk to me, you futures boys. What are you seeing here? 6,500, just getting smashed. Huh? Just looking at some gamma here. I mean, good God, this thing just took off. Nay. Yeah. Yeah. This is a massive shift. Did I miss anything, Cheese?
Report released earlier this
there
month
it is.
showed that payroll job growth slowed to an average pace of only 35,000 per month over the past 3 months, down from more than 68,000 per month during 2024.
It's your pretty face.
This slowdown is much larger than assessed just a month ago, as the earlier figures for May and June were revised down substantially. But it does not appear that the slowdown in job growth has opened up a large margin of slack in the labor market, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July,
That's not
stands
now,
at
is
a
it?
historically low level of 4.2%
Just in the past.
and has been broadly stable over the past
You
year.
would.
Other indicators of labor market
You would have a
conditions are
freaking
also
picture like
little
that.
changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs,
Oh my gosh,
the ratio
Fig.
of vacancies to
Disgusting.
unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5%.
Oh, come
pace in
on.
2024.
First cock, you're going to fail?
The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE
Freaking
prices
bullshit.
rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over
Shares of
coming
Tesla
months,
spiking,
with high uncertainty
334,
about both timing
up about
and
4%.
amounts.
Tango Sandy Lima
The
Alpha,
question that matters
TSLA.
for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially
Following the
raise the
Powell
risk
comments.
of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level.
Shares of
Of course,
Nvidia up
one time does not mean
less
all
than
at
1%.
once. It will continue
NVDA.
to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains
Apple shares up
chains
about
and
1%
distribution networks.
AAPL.
Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment
Tesla should do
process.
really well with dropping rates.
It's also possible,
Freaking
however, that the
A,
upward pressure on prices
BSLH.
from tariffs could spur
Or
a more
BLSH.
lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our
I found the one
mandate.
stock that just is not
Our
juicing
policy
its
rate
face
is
off right now.
100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago. And the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach. So, turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
It's got to break some daily
We remain
levels. It's
fully
got to
committed
break some of this.
Fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed Listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes. The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great Moderation, which in turn are different from the ones we face today. At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of interest rates to the effective lower bound, or ELB, along with low growth, low inflation, and a very flat Phillips curve, meaning that inflation was not very responsive to slack in the economy.
Wow, that's bad.
To me, a statistic that captures that era is that our policy rate was stuck at the ELB for 7 long years following the onset of the global financial crisis in late 2008. Many here will recall the sluggish growth and painfully slow recovery of that era. It appeared highly likely that if the economy experienced even a mild downturn, our policy rate would be back at the ELB very quickly, probably for another extended period. Inflation and inflation expectations could then decline in a weak economy, raising real interest rates as nominal rates were pinned near zero. Higher real rates would further weigh on jobs.
It's these moves, man. Every
S&P
time I
futures
take it, it goes to
leading highs
shit.
now up about
Expectations,
84,
triggering
64,
an adverse
75,
dynamic.
75.
The economic conditions that brought the policy rate to the ELB and drove the 2020 framework changes were thought to be rooted in slow-moving global factors that would persist for an extended period. And they might well have done so, if not for the pandemic. The 2020 consensus statement included several features that addressed the ELB-related risks that had become increasingly prominent over the preceding 2 decades. We emphasized the importance of anchored inflation, longer-term inflation expectations to support both our price stability and maximum
Get me
employment
out.
goals.
Jeez.
Drawing on an extensive
S&P
literature on
futures now
strategies
spiking again,
associated with the ELB,
64.78, up
we
about
adopted
89.
flexible average inflation targeting, a makeup strategy to ensure that inflation expectations would remain well anchored, even with the ELB constraint.
Dude, I think
In
this
particular,
market
we said
was
that following
way
periods when inflation
offsides.
had been running persistently above 2%, appropriate monetary policy would likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2%.
One day max on Nvidia is
In the
180.
event, rather than low
Jeez.
inflation in the ELB,
Maybe not.
the post-pandemic reopening brought the highest inflation in 40 years to economies around the world. Like most other central banks and private sector analysts, through year-end 2021, we thought that inflation would subside fairly quickly without a sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change rapidly in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes in productivity, demographics, fiscal policy, and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how the 2020 statement's focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the
Shares of
consensus
Tesla
statement
continue
reflect
to make new
that
highs now,
insight.
336.76, up about
First,
5%
we
on
removed
Tesla,
language indicating that
TSLA.
the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern, but it is not our primary focus. The revised statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools.
Macro
to
note
achieve
up with
its maximum
comment says will
employment and
fire
price
Cook
stability
if she
goals,
does not resign.
particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB.
Trump, shut your damn
Second,
mouth right now. We're
return to the
mooning, bud.
framework of
We're
flexible
freaking
inflation targeting and
mooning.
eliminating
Shut your
the
damn
bonus
mouth.
As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved
Like your
irrelevant.
boy just signaled, we're going to
Nothing
cut
intentional
rates.
or moderate
Shut
about
your
inflation
damn mouth. Let it cook.
We announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021. Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation
Sorry, I keep pushing the
without a
wrong button.
sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third, our 2020 statement said that we would mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations from maximum employment. The use of shortfalls reflected the insight that our real-time assessments of the natural rate of unemployment, and hence of maximum employment, are highly uncertain.
Swear.
The
every
later years of
freaking
the
time I take a
post-global
loan, it
financial
just
crisis
dumps on
recovery
me.
featured employment
Trying to buy
growth for an
dips.
extended period above mainstream estimates of its sustainable level, along with inflation running persistently below our 2% target. In the absence of inflationary pressures, it might not be necessary to tighten policy based solely on uncertain real-time estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. We still have that view, but our use of the term shortfalls was not always interpreted as intended, raising communications challenges. In particular, the use of shortfalls was
You can
not
see the
intended
exact
as
moment on a
commitment to
30-second
permanently
cock where I
forswear
went long.
preemption or to ignore labor market
Unbelievable.
tightness. Accordingly, we removed shortfalls from our statement. Instead, the revised document now states more precisely that the committee recognizes that employment may run at times above real-time
That's the TikTok
assessments
news
of
Trump
maximum
comment says,
employment
quote, we can keep
without
TikTok
necessarily creating
going.
risks to price stability. Of course, preemptive action would likely be warranted. if
Just quote, we
tightness in
have
the labor
American
market
buyers
or
for
other factors
TikTok.
pose risks to price stability. The revised statement also notes that maximum employment is the highest level of employment that can be achieved on a sustained basis in a context of price stability. This focus on promoting a strong labor market underscores the principle that durably achieving maximum employment fosters broad-based economic opportunities and benefits for all Americans. The feedback we received at Fed Listens events reinforced the value of a strong labor market for American households, employers, and communities. Fourth, consistent with the removal of shortfalls, we made changes to clarify our approach in periods where our employment and inflation objectives are not complementary. In those circumstances, we will follow a balanced approach in promoting them. The revised statement now more closely aligns with the original 2012 language.
President Trump said
We take into
we'll
account
talk
the
to China
extent of
Xi about
departures from our
TikTok when
goals and the
appropriate.
potentially different time horizons over which each is
We'll
projected
watch
to
security
return to a level
concerns on,
consistent with
regarding
our
TikTok
dual
have American
mandate.
buyers.
These principles guide our policy
a
decisions
5-minute
today,
cuck now
as
on
they
the
did
video.
in the 2022 to 24 period, when the departure from our 2%
And
inflation
Tesla.
target was the overriding concern.
Thanks for dumping.
In addition to these changes, there is a great deal of continuity with past statements. The document continues to explain how we interpret the mandate Congress has given us and describes the policy framework that we believe will best promote maximum employment and price stability. We continue to believe that monetary policy must be forward-looking and consider the lags in its effects on the economy. For this reason, our policy actions depend on the economic outlook and the balance of risks to that outlook. We continue to believe that setting a numerical goal for employment is unwise because the maximum level of employment is not directly measurable and changes over time for reasons unrelated to monetary policy. We also continue to view a longer-run inflation rate of 2% as most consistent with our dual mandate goals. We believe that our commitment to this target is a key factor, helping keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Experience has shown that 2% inflation is low enough to ensure that inflation is not a concern in household and business decision-making, while also providing a central bank with some policy flexibility to provide accommodation during economic downturns. Finally, the revised consensus statement retained our commitment to conduct a public review roughly every 5 years. There's nothing magic about the 5-year pace. That frequency allows policymakers to
Spy.
reassess structural features of the economy and to
Or way
engage with
over
the
it.
public,
Spies is like
practitioners, and academics
641.
on the performance of our framework. It is also consistent with several global peers. To wrap up,
HITI
I
mentioned
want
that
to thank
the
President
tax under
Schmidt
$10
and all
buy.
of his great Kansas City staff who work so diligently to host this outstanding event annually, counting a couple of virtual appearances during the pandemic.
All right, well, we're
This is the
cooling off a
8th
bit
time I've
here.
had the honor to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers the opportunity
Please
for
tell me we don't
Fed
go
leaders to hear ideas from
green
leading
and
economic
then
thinkers and focus on the
red and then
challenges we
break
face.
even.
The
Please
Kansas
tell
City
me we don't
Fed
do
was
that
very
today.
wise to lure Chair Volcker here to this national park more than 40 years ago, and I am so proud to be part of that tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll move into the presentations. So I want to allow a minute for all of the members of the press to go.
Fetcher Powell has completed his comments at Jackson Hole. S&P futures pulled back from the highs right now, up 76.50. Dow futures up 684.
Okay.
The
Nasdaq
labor
is
market
up
remains
300.
near maximum
That's
employment.
it. They cut the
And
feed.
inflation, though still somewhat elevated, has come down a great deal.
That's it. They cut the feed. That's all we get. Wow. Opens juicing. See what's moving here, boys. Crypto doing all right. Skittles very full. Quantum moving. Everything's moving. It's freaking chaos right now. Nice swing.
No ticker EQ Echo Quebec. Martin Shkreli is announcing a long position for EQ. Shares are seeing an increase of activity.
Can I get a fill over 78? Thank you. Jeez. Shit hits when it's tight. What? He put out one yesterday and it didn't pop right away, but it did end up or 2 days ago, it did end up going quite a bit after the fact. It just took off. Come on, markets. Give us another push, baby. Give us another push. Something.
Bitcoin futures off the highs now, up about 2,900.
Damn.
Trump criticizes Comcast CEO over news coverage, says CBS under good new management.
Where have you been, Cheese? That's like 2 hours old. Wow, Reddit got the daily, huh? You remember? Rate cut hype. Yeah, for real. I cannot believe the policy shift. I did not expect that. Okay. Thar crossing some levels, 511. It's the 5 minute. Markets are trying to go again.
President Trump said we'll fire Fed's Cook if she doesn't resign.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, you bullshit on the fills, man! Do I have trade exchange squawk? Oh, I forgot. No, I don't. Now I do.
OPEN, Open Door, hitting new highs up at 20% now. Oscar Papa Echo November.
This needs to flip.
Let's continue activity. New highs on EQ Echo Quebec after Martin Shkreli does announce a new long position for EQ.
Is that still going? Wow. Oh. The Pope. Let's go, bud. See what kind of fib retracement this was. 50%. I would have liked to have seen a little higher, but okay. Coin about to go high today. It's open squeezing like a crazy son of a... Holy jeez. Yes, it is. Gotta see this level hold. DSLH juicing over yesterday's high. Damn. I'm bullish. It's a tough one for me. It's got a wide range. I traded early and I lost on it. I lost all in that and FIG today. That's why I'm red right now, because of those two. I literally just told you, Cheese. The words just came out of my mouth why I was red. Because this was me in FIG, and this was me in BLSH. I lost $2,000 on FIG. It's a $1 drop on 2,000 shares. Bent me over. No, I didn't make 3K. I made 2K. I'm long in Bitcoin right now in my crypto account. It's funny because I sold my ADA bag this morning when it broke some support. I was going to hold through Jackson Hole, but I was like, oh, there's probably no chance Jay Powell changes stance. There's zero chance, right? Maybe 1%. What does the man do? What does the freaking man do? So, at least I'm back in some crypto. Yeah. Microphone. It's a tree. Let's go. 2 months, my man. We need to keep. How was I saying? We need to keep an eye on open.
AMZN, Amazon lobbies Indian government to exempt exports from foreign investment rules. That's AMZN.
No, I was going to go ahead here. Got on too early.
That's Reuters citing sources.
Ass hats. Someone being an ass hat. Come on, market. Get going. Okay. Oh? Whatever. As soon as I get out. Canada? What are they saying? I would fade. Valuations concentrate. This is coming from Kalanovic. They're folding. Canada's folding. Kalanovic says I would fade. Valuations, concentration, and overall macro picture do not depend on plus minus one Fed
Headline
cut.
from Bloomberg:
He never
Canada
said
to
one
remove
Fed cut,
retaliatory
Kalanovic.
tariffs on many U.S. products.
It's a freaking shift. They removed tariffs on U.S. Thank you, Revolutions, for giving us the true news.
There's a GM and Ford. Canada is to remove retaliatory tariffs on many U.S. products.
Don't give it all back. Come on, GM. You're gonna get every penny of it back, aren't you? Piece of shit. Because that's what you do. That's what you do. Every penny of it. BLSH, another pop. Same with Ford. Unbelievable. Mother! So sick of this shit. Gonna punch that thing in the face. SBAP. It had a 5-minute cock here, didn't do anything. 5-minute cuck didn't do anything. So we'll see. Your reward fell into Jackson's hole. Okay. CFDV daily. That looked really nice. Got 2180 now. On this BLSH, this is a bit of a pivot point. You can see it on the hourly chart here. 7130. You get over it, you got room to 7350 basically. We'll see. Open's got a 5-minute. Carney at 12. DMNR. Fell off a little bit here.
S&P futures continue to make new highs, now up 102, 64.90. After Fed Powell's speech, hinting at a possible rate cut.
CoreWeave 5-minute. 1-minute MACD's down though. That's really tight. Might be worth a pop, maybe. Six,
Shares of Coinbase popping here at 321.06 to high, up about more than 6, almost 7% now on Coinbase. Charlie Oscar, India, November. Tesla shares up about 5% now, off the earlier highs.
Jeez.
TSLA.
wow. CoreWeave 5-minute did pay off through that 95, huh? Video high a day. Why not blow out the bottom here? Aspect go? Did it go? Oh, I thought I had it up. Still in a wacky range. It's trying though. I'm trying to watch both of them. SBAT, BMNR, and DFTV.
NVDA,
NVIDIA here.
introduces Spectrum XGS Ethernet to connect distributed data centers into gigascale AI
Members watching NVIDIA NVDA out now.
Superfactory
Introducing
Ethernet is
Spectrum
November Victor
XGS
Delta Alpha.
Ethernet to
Superfactories,
connect
CoreWeave,
distributed
doing
data centers into giga-scale AI superfactories.
Gigascale, baby. How does this not go? Trying to play this 5 on Tesla, but you know. Nvidia about to bust out. There it is. High day on Nvidia. Your turn, Tesla.
Shares of NVIDIA right now hitting the high 177.97, up about 1.7% on NVIDIA.
MACD.
NVDA.
There we go. 5 minute. Just hit. Do something.
Ticker CSX shares selling off. Charlie, Sandy, X-Ray. The headline: CSX and BNSF to launch coast-to-coast rail solutions. The headline on the wire.
Why is it going down on that? 0 cents. Isn't that just a quinky that what's CoreWeave doing on that headline? Isn't that just a quinky that NVIDIA has just a kicker of a headline out, you know, right when it's trying to break out high day, right on the day, right? You know, what are we, an hour from Fed talk? Isn't that just something? That's just something how that works out. Whoa, FMF. There it went. Pre-market high is up there. Fig is putting in some levels. SBAT getting close. Why isn't this going? TVs are tight on it, isn't it? Oh my gosh. I'll lock that in. Don't like this. Broke the highs, didn't do anything. Big still going. Fig, nice move. What's crypto doing? We broke it? TLTR. Beam and arc can go. Fig is doing really well now. Oh, that was nice range. I missed that one. SBET, what are you doing? What's crypto doing here? Sorry if I'm missing chat. There's just so much going on. What's in the swing count? I actually just sold one piece. I still have the RKLD. I was 1500 green on it, and then I went 1500 red on it. So glad to be back to green. I'll probably look at some levels on this soon. Still waiting on some on Tesla. This one should really do well with rate cuts. Squawks are quiet. Come on. FMFC back to the highs. $68 break, give you a 5-minute. Oh, it did pop. We're so strong. It's like you kind of sometimes can ignore the MACD here because the just volume upside is so strong today. DMNR. 4 wave starting to move finally. we've juicing. I find it very weird that NVIDIA is only up 1.5%. You kidding me? Are we just gonna juice end of day? Is that how it's gonna go down? Money's changing cheap. It's true. That does explain a lot. Tesla's still in this little wedge here. Yes, but maybe. Check out crypto. I keep saying I'm going to do that. Jeez, it's just straight up right now. Damn, dude. ETH is up 10%. Oh my gosh, this is up 7%. This is where I stopped out this morning on my ADA trade. Right here. And then J-Pound did this. Do you understand? SBET's trying again. Shut up, freaking googly. Damn it.
Wyland would have held.
Bastard. Too slow. Big Broke 77. Hammock incoming. Unity. Demon R extending here. Market's getting real tight. This CoreWeave is juiced. Damn. %10 move on Ethereum. Damn. That's crazy. When you just think of float size, right? Like that's nuts compared to like Bitcoin or something. TNet is interesting. Sugar, I was red from this morning, so I'm trying to climb out of that hole still. I got about 1,000 or so to go. Just waiting for a setup here, boys. I don't think small caps is where it's at right now. I think it's either crypto or medium and large caps. Small caps aren't really juicing. Yeah. Which ones are you playing, Nick? GME, big 23 level. Circle Wave Tem. I haven't looked at Tem. ZemoDV is just filling that gap, isn't it? Wow, this hit 9? Jeez. Not against this, Phil. You need to get 98 back. Wow, Nvidia's juicing. Damn it, dude. Horrible, Phil. MACD's scaring me a bit. I mean, come on! I'm gonna smack you in the face. Watch, it's gonna go. Oh my gosh, right back up. I'm gonna throw up. ANTE. Interesting. Watch this 337 level.
S&P futures hitting new highs now, 64.9425, up 105.50. Dow futures up 958, Nasdaq up 411. Crude is up 6 cents now, 63.58. Bitcoin, natural gas is down 10 cents at $2.73. Gold is up 41.10 at 34.2270. Bitcoin futures up 47.50 at 117,035.
Did it to me again. Did it to me again.
Shares of Nvidia new highs now, up about 2% on Nvidia.
Wow. Back to $2,000 right on the day. Oh, you piece of shit. I hate you so much.
Members, you got Feds Hammock speaking on CNBC.
Just will not let me get green on this trade. Just will not let me do it. I'm about to rage quit. Another cuck. Another cuck. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm gonna freaking kick something. Cuck one more time. Do it. Do it. And 825. That's the level.
Hammock says the Fed needs to be cautious about any move to cut rates.
Hey, Hammock, why don't you shut your freaking face? Whoa, Auntie, okay. We got a player here, boys.
Fed's hammock said try not to focus too much on markets beyond economic implications. I heard Chair Powell was open-minded about policy outlook, expects inflation and unemployment to rise. Fed should stick to modestly restrictive monetary policy. Fed's still missing badly on inflation mandate. Fed Governor Cook is of high integrity. Hammock wants to be in a place where inflation moving back to 2% target. Fed needs to be cautious about any more move to cut rates. Fed policy only modestly restrictive. A big weakening in job market could drive Fed to cut rates. That's the Cleveland Fed president.
ETH getting ready to make another move, it looks like.
Hammock said a broad picture of financial stability looks good. Job market must be evaluated by a wide range of data.
Groovy, let's.
Good morning, boys and girls.
What's going on, Groovy? 49 months. You making fat stacks in this market, Groovy? Huh. CoreWeave, it might need a second. Cook's chatting. SBET train again.
Feds Cook, she has says she has no further comment about mortgage controversy beyond the prior statement.
Hmm.
That's Fed Governor Lisa Cook.
I don't have a mortgage. My house is paid off. But I built my house like 12 years ago. So I would have had pre whatever. It's one thing in the, I didn't. My family was like, oh, the mortgage rate's so low. Why are you paying it off? I'm like, I want to be able to know that if shit hits the fan, my house is paid for and I don't have to worry about it. It's the one thing. Like, I don't dick around with a car, even though that's secondary, or a house. House for sure. That was the goal of mine always, to pay off the house. Oh, it's double, I guess. 5-figure mortgage. Yeah, especially as a trader, right? Like, you're always like, you have a red day, then your debts are like, they hurt a lot more too. I only want to be losing money in one place, not in two. Whole different kind of stress. I can only imagine. What, you got at least a decent rate, right, Nick? You got it in the bottom of the pandemic, or bottom rate. And you millennials, fuck. 586. Jeez. You're probably dicked until there's a collapse of sorts. And I don't know if it's ever going to happen in the housing market anyway. You need a reset. Locked in at 7.5. Golly. 625. Come on, we need a news play right now. Gosh, it's only 11:50. I feel like I've been trading. Well, I have been trading for 5 hours. $7K a month just for the mortgage. I couldn't do that, man. I couldn't do that. Just the stress of that. Damn near kill me, I'm sure. I can't imagine 5 figs. Jeez. Just watching VT. Teddy, I don't have stats. I was hoping to get a trade in before shit got crazy with Jackson Hole. But here we are. I had just woke up. It's not that I actually wanted to trade. I just woke up. Couldn't go back to sleep. I was anticipating Jackson Hole too much today. Triplet, 15K, 16K. Jesus. Doesn't make it easier. Y'all have houses? We're traders. And we hit 2021, 2020 really good. And some of us have an OnlyFans account. Yeah. Is this thing coming back up?
Comments up by
FICO.
Polte says FICO's unregistered lobbyists and others are up to what I believe is wholly improper conduct. More commentary in the news desk.
Exclude China. Oh.
Deutsche Bank expects the Fed to cut interest rates by 25 basis points in September and December versus prior forecast of only a
Members'
rate cut in
commentary, we're starting to see
December.
some banks come out. Deutsche Bank's expecting Fed to cut interest rates by 25 basis points in September and December. Prior forecast was only December cut.
White House says we welcome the move by Canada, which is long overdue. Canada to lift retaliatory tariffs on several U.S. goods. That was reported earlier.
Thank you, Chase. VIX is just getting destroyed. Huh. We don't have
White House
any buying
officials
right
says
now,
look
though.
forward
The
to
ti-
continuing
I mean, the
discussions
tick
with
is
Canada
flat, basically.
on trade
Plus
and national security
50?
concerns.
I mean, I read it wrong. Plus 280? This is... We're just kind of in a holding pattern right now. Deutsche Bank saying 2 rate cuts this year, huh? Majority of the time. I think you got to throw all metrics out the window this time. Maybe not, but this is an unusual circumstance. I don't think you could say this is like very many years. Maybe last year would be a good example of one to compare it to, but years prior, I'm not really sure. Done back midday back. It sure feels like that right now. We're not getting any juice anywhere. Up 1.5%. That's pretty remarkable. Newegg, nothing out of this. This thing might be dead for a bit, huh? Ethereum pulling back some. Bitcoin pulling back a little.
Tweet from Marijuana Moment, Republican National Committee elected Florida Senator Joe Gruters, who supports marijuana legalization and discussed his own use of cannabis products. As chairman after an endorsement from President Trump.
Jeez.
Members, keep in mind coming up when it does begin, President Trump is set to make an announcement from the Oval Office.
Whoa. We got a link for this, boys? I wonder if it's talking about Cook. playing it out since yesterday. There we go. We got a link. Ethereum popped right back up. Wow. ETH trying to make another push. ETH is making another push. $16,000 ETH A? Huh? Jeez. High day on ETH. In a big ass way. Woo! Look at that poppy. Damn. Oh shit. Took away for a second. I made some fat stacks. That's right, Dope. That's right. High day, BMR. Buy the dip, baby! Buy the dip! No, we're not green, Bishop. I think it's 242 is the level. So I get over 242 of the account, we're green. Gotta watch Ethereum. Canada will retain steel tariffs on aluminum and autos as we work intensely with the U.S. to resolve the issues there. Okay, so much for getting rid of tariffs. Algo? Deal. Also, if you're homeless, you don't have a mortgage to pay for. It's a plus. Holy sell-off. Maybe it was just Tesla breaking the level. ETH is still juicing. Damn. Better top six? Let me see your projected top six. I don't like that you got Burns. Shred. I kind of wanted him myself. Just throwing that out there. NHL line combos. Daily face-off. We want Colorado. Letman, McKinnon. Okay, good. Landeskog. If he stays healthy. Nelson. Burns is a third? Hmm. I'd say I'm gonna say that this line beats your first line.
Kevin Simpson on CNBC said he bought more Meta, META.
Trying to think of who might have a better. No. 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 That is such a wild card. I don't know if this is gonna work out. Tampa second line a little weak. Cirelli's a beast. I mean, the dude is top 3 defensive centers in the league. Oh my gosh, the freaking parrot.
How goes the trading? Still chasing the big green cocks, I see. Oh, it's 2025. It's okay to be a day trader out in the open these days.
Compare it. This is where it's weak. Hagel was like a top 5 winger in points. 30 goals. I don't know what he finished with, but he had over 30. And none of them were on the power play. All even strength goals. Absolute beast. This line's solid. This is solid. This is a wild card. I actually think Bjorkstrand will be up here. We'll see. He would take Mac. It's a winger over a center. Like, what are we talking about here? It's apples and oranges. It's like not even close to a discussion. You'd take Cooch over any winger you have on your team, though.
ETN, Jason Snipe on CNBC said he bought Eaton. ETN. Kevin Simpson on CNBC said he rolled down on Oracle Calls, ORCL, Oscar Romeo Charlie Lima.
ETH trying to put in a little dippy dip here. Kind of don't like what I'm seeing with SBET. It's just a channel. Okay. Not as bad. Market's still up 1.5%.
UBER, Kevin Simpson on CNBC said he bought Uber. UBER.
Look at this freaking heat map. Wow. Beta cut off. I don't know. All right, potty break. Be right back.
Maybe with some vinegar, oh so crunchy.
Canada's Carney said it's possible to have a deal with the U.S. that applies to strategic sectors before the USMCA review officially starts.
Ticker Papa John's PZZA Papa Zulu Zulu Alpha Note. Social media circulations on the name unconfirmed note PZZA.
Carney said he and Trump see an opportunity to build on where the relationship already is, as foundation is very strong. Carney said we're not raising tariffs on U.S. steel and aluminum today. Carney said the USMCA trade deal in a very different trade environment is going to look different. HWN, Howmet Aerospace, Kevin Simpson, sold to Howmet Aerospace, announced on CNBC, Hotel Whiskey Michael. DKNG, Kevin Simpson buys more DraftKings, DKNG.
The hell just happened to Tesla? Broke. Freaking A. Of course it did. Okay. Open. That break was so critical.
NVDA, NVIDIA Tom's Hardware out with an article. NVIDIA responds to reports that its H20 GPU for China is ending production. Reports claim that NVIDIA's AI chip for China is ending. Reports claim.
Wow.
NVIDIA spokesperson told Tom's Hardware, we constantly manage our supply chain to address market conditions. While this isn't an exact response to our question about whether or not the HP is still productive, it implies that some degree of the communication from NVIDIA to Amkor and Samsung do indeed hold some weight. That's NVDA NVIDIA. That from Tom's Hardware.
Thank you for that. This was a technical break. You can see it here. Very much in a channel. Broke out of the channel. Dear God. Frickin' the Pope. Frickin' the Pope. The original was far better. Huh. Sure would love to see this Trump announcement soon. I could use a Trump play right now. X4 moving. It's a 5-minute cuck with a 15-minute, 5:15 as we like to say here. The old Nick 5:15. We'll see though. AP going in.
Coming up at 1 p.m., the Baker Hughes U.S. rig count.
I'm scared because I was looking at my viewfinders. Like, how is this battery at 50%? It just reads these batteries fine. CNN? There we go. Over here. Did you repeat anything? They're feeding now. Check. Better.
Do we have any idea what this meeting's about? Or this announcement? Absolute horseshit.
Is there going to be like a podium beside the desk or at the desk?
You should be at the desk.
Okay. Does he have guests?
Yeah, there's guests.
Who's the guest?
I don't think I've seen that before. You guys been there before?
He said there's guests.
One, two, 1, 2.
Oh, I think it might give me that.
Keep in mind, you're going to have that FIFA statue that's going to be right by you, so you want to try to get that too.
You want shots up? I mean, no, but keep it in the shot. Oh, okay. But yeah, he once tried to stop Peter. No, Peter's going for a cut. So. It's like, no. He's like, no, your on camera's coming.
RGTI, Rigetti and Company, according to the SAM.gov website, awarded contract by the Department of the Air Force. Contract value of $5.845 million. That's Romeo Golf Tango India, RGTI.
Small one, I'll take it. This was a bigger contract.
Hybrid superconducting optical quantum network nodes. That's RGTI.
Members on RGTI in this volume, pop some contract talk on the name RGTI.
That bill at 40 or 39. It's disgusting. It was at 44. ETH making a curl. Got a 5-minute W if it gets there. Right. Piece. This might break down. ETH is kind of failing on this move up. See what happens.
Final trades on CNBC. BRT. Vertiv. ANG DraftKings
coming back.
and W Palo Alto Networks. Letters Citigroup. Final trades on CNBC.
Tesla 5 minute.
Oil rigs down 1. Gas rigs unchanged.
ETH making a move.
Members taking a peek at your Baker Hughes rig count. Total rig count coming in at -1 to 538.
ETH making a move. Are you? 30-cent spread for a second there. That's unfortunate. Just got caught. Says you're live right now. That's funny. Shouldn't be going out. Yeah, it's not going out. Don't worry about it.
Which, where'd you see that?
On AP YouTube.
AP YouTube. Chick, shush! We want the inside scoop here. We're getting all sorts of details. Damn it. Oh, we're walking in, boys. How bad are we on that? $700. Okay, the World Cup. All right. How do we play that? That was the World Cup trophy. Why it's there, I have no idea. What does the hat say? Trump was right about everything. Now that's funny. ETH starting to juice.
Thank you very much. We have a very big announcement to make today. You all know Johnny. He came all the way from Italy, the beautiful country of
Italy? Why do we have to
be
say it
with
like that?
us. And he just got off the plane, and he's a hardworking guy. Does a phenomenal job with FIFA.
Final
We like him.
draw.
I'm delighted to welcome FIFA President Gianni Infantino back to the White House for a major announcement about one of the most anticipated competitions in all of sports, the 2026, and this is a big deal, I'll tell you, I was so happy to get it, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And it's going to be the World Cup as we know it. It's the biggest, probably the biggest event in sports, I guess, Johnny, right?
Yeah.
On December 5th of this year, the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy Center, but we're not prepared to do that.
Eth
Right
Newhouse.
here in Washington, D.C. It's a tremendous honor to bring the global event and this incredible group of people and these unbelievable athletes, the best athletes in the world, to the cultural center of our nation's capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, it sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. Zero murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened, if you can believe it, how pathetic that is to have to even say it. And I'm tired of listening to these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Mayor Bowser better get her act straight or she won't be mayor very long, because we'll take it over with the federal government, run it like it's supposed to be run. The numbers were horrible. It was a crime-infested rat hole. And they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them, too. And we've made a lot of progress. And it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe.
EMPG hitting.
We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%, and I'm trying to figure out where was the 13%, because I don't think it existed. The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police. And they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually. But they have some great people there. And the Washington, D.C. is a whole different place. And, Johnny, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that, too.
Right.
But
Members posted in the news desk. We do have Trump speaking.
That was the other thing I saw.
That link coming from the White House YouTube now being posted in the news desk.
No. Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant. Just really lying people. And that's why people don't understand how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19% favorable on what we're doing with Washington. Then I saw another one that has us 94% favorable. And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country, so sick, actually. So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well. And the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable. It's got great bones, but it needs a lot of work. The World Cup draw will set up the group stage of competition. 48 teams will play in 104 games across 16 North American cities, from Seattle to Vancouver to Atlanta to Miami.
I ain't dicking around.
It's going to be so exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events. This will be one of the greatest events, one of the largest. In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having many Super Bowls in a short period of time. Because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and they'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That'll be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay?
Thank you.
But you can handle yourself.
I could.
Already, FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year.
It's
and
kind of a
6
nothing
billion
burger.
more are going to be watching back home, and they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time, too. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup. And again, I'll just say it's the World Cup, and it's the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right, took in $4 trillion worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points.
Wow.
That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about.
That's not why we're up, Trump.
Us for,
That's not why we're up, Trump.
The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President.
Pretty good, sir.
Too bad it's not 5, right?
That's right.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And I just look forward to the draw. So we're going to have the draw, essentially, Johnny, at the Kennedy Center. Yep. And by that time, it'll be
He's
even
going
better
back
shape.
up.
We're working on it. It's about a year project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. You see the way
Buy the
this
dip.
is looking? Look, nice. I can't tell you how much that gold costs. A lot of money. There's nothing like gold, and there's nothing like solid gold. But this beautiful office needed it. It had to be representative. When we took it over, it was dirty, not clean. I immediately changed the chair and had this beautiful desk renovated, brought out by the White House.
On GOOGL, Apple explores using Google Gemini AI to power revamped Siri. GOOGL.
That's what I took over, and now you look at all those paintings you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the vaults. They were in vaults for some.
How does that even go down?
Cases,
How does that even go down?
Years, and now they're proudly hanging.
AAPL, GOOGL, Apple explores using Google Gemini AI to power revamped Siri.
For over
That
100 years, many
that's a
of them.
Bloomberg headline
So
now.
it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing here.
I've
They love
lost
what
money.
we're doing in DC.
Oh,
and
now
they
it
love
goes
what
up.
We're doing most importantly in the country, in the world.
Am I
I'd like
losing
to
money
ask
on this
Johnny
trade?
to say a few words. He's the head of the whole thing. He's been there for a long
made
time. Probably the most
this
respected
market,
man
man.
in sports. He's
This freaking market.
amazing, actually.
For Apple and
Works very
for
hard,
Google,
and he's got,
Apple is exploring
the
using
biggest
Google
event in the world
Gemini
coming right here to the United States. And
power
a
of
little,
revamped
we did a
Siri.
little for Canada. We did a little for
How does this?
Mexico,
How does this not hold a single
Says it was
penny
great.
of this
On to the
move?
high
So we gave a
207
little
for
to
the
Canada.
alphabet,
See how nice I am?
and then
we
going
gave
back on
a little bit to
everyone.
Mexico. And Johnny, please say a few words.
Thank you, President. Great honor for me to be here with you today, President, Vice President, Excellencies.
How does this not
Fantastic
hold?
to announce what you said, which is the final draw of the FIFA World Cup on the 5th of December here in the capital, in the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. at 12 noon sharp. It will be broadcast live all over the world. 1 billion viewers will watch it, and it will determine, of course, the match schedule, which 48 participating teams will play.
Unless it's not real.
104 matches in 1 month, 104 Super Bowls. This
Heath
not
is
the
just
biggest,
cooking right now.
greatest event, not just a sports event, it's a social
They only read
event
half.
as well, with a lot of
Go
emotion,
figure.
uniting the
Apple's
world.
also considering using Anthropic or OpenAI for the new Siri. There it is. That's the other part.
Those teams, those national
Kind of
teams
important to read the whole thing.
in this draw with their coaches, with their presidents, they will all be proud.
Apple hasn't ruled out sticking with its own AI models for Siri. Unbelievable.
That's why we brought as well this, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president, presidents of countries, and then those who win can touch it, because it's for winners only. Since you are a winner, of course, you can as well
Wow.
touch it. It's pretty heavy. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina. And here it is.
Trump
in
has
the
no
Oval
clue who
Office
that is.
In the White House.
Can I keep it?
For you? Well, you can keep it after the World Cup.
We're not giving it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
It goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here, I
That's
think.
beautiful, yeah.
You can
That's,
keep it until we have to
98
give it
break.
to the
Come on,
next
do
one.
it.
that's fine.
98 and send
That's
it.
a beautiful piece of gold, I will say. That's beautiful.
Yeah. So 6 billion viewers for the World Cup. 6
There we go.
million
High day.
coming to the matches.
High day. 55.10.
30
High
billion
day.
economic impact.
Yes.
100.
Not really the
85,000 jobs.
explosive
This is,
move I
this
was
will be
looking for, but
absolutely
I'll take it. Freaking
fantastic. The biggest event. ever.
ETH is just going out of
And
its
everything will
mind
start
right now.
here
Look at this
in
move on
Washington, D.C.
Ethereum.
at the Kennedy Center.
Just 48.20 now.
See that how it will be called on the 5th of September at noon sharp. 5th of December, noon sharp. Then, if I may,
Will they
Mr.
be
President,
doing most of the draws, all of the draws at the Kennedy? Well, how are you going to do that?
Now it goes.
We'll do that at the Kennedy Center. We'll do all the other meetings around it with the coaches, with the broadcasters, with
That's
the
great.
sponsors, everything at the Kennedy Center. The whole
You'll be very
World
happy.
Cup starts, and everyone will be happy because everyone has qualified for the World Cup, and they didn't yet play a game, so they didn't lose yet a game. So they all think they can become world champion, right?
They'll all be happy.
Exactly. Now,
By the way, an example, supposing we had a week ago when everybody was being killed and mugged and everything else, despite the phony numbers that were given out, that it was getting better. Brian, do you believe it was getting better or getting worse?
That's amazing. That's just fantastic about the World Cup. Let's talk about people in DC and how good of a job I'm
How
doing
did the
here.
other guy come out?
He came out with a briefcase,
Yeah,
unfortunately. Robert 1, Brian 0.
No, but can you imagine you do this and then you start hearing that they had a 20-year reduction of crime. It's worse. It was worse during the Biden administration than anybody's ever imagined possible. And I guarantee you he wouldn't be here if those numbers continued. But now we have total safety. We have total security. And for the border, in 3 months,
I didn't realize that
0
DC was quite the
people. These are done
shithole,
by
as you all say.
liberal
Well,
people.
it is.
That do these charts.
It's been a hot minute since
0
I've been to
people came
DC.
through our border in the last 90 days. Can you
And when I
believe
went,
0? Last
I
year
was
we had
going to
millions
an
of people coming.
embassy
And they came in from the wrong locations.
and
Came
freaking.
in from, they came in, a lot of people that shouldn't be
I didn't
there.
even have time to do the
So
tourist
now when
stuff.
we have this event in December. It's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk down the street with your beautiful wife.
yeah,
You can take her to dinner if you can get a reservation, which I doubt.
they are all full, the restaurants.
I know.
That
They're
trophy's
all full.
hideous.
I heard that
You
too.
should smack
The
yourself in the
restaurants aren't
nuts.
The
All right?
restaurants,
You should
since
smack
we
yourself in the
are
nuts.
doing this are doing great, and many new restaurants are going to open because, as you know, many closed. Many restaurants closed because the crime was so bad. This will be one of the safest places anywhere on earth. So, I really am honored that the National Guard has done such an incredible job working with the police, and we
That's
haven't
so
had
long.
to bring
Yeah,
in
well.
the regular military, which we're willing to do. We have to. And
ETH,
after we
another
do this,
push coming
we'll
here.
go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one. But they're wearing red hats.
I don't know if that's the kind of red hat that they're wearing there, Trump,
Beautiful
in
ladies who said,
Chicago.
Please, President Trump, come to Chicago. Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I
Shave
think
my legs when
Chicago
I
will be our
played
next,
soccer?
and
Why would
we'll
you
help
do that?
With New York, and we're going to help with.
This is
and
in
I think
swimming.
really, I think a lot of.
What the hell are
and a
you
lot
talking?
of
What
these people
the
that
hell are
see
you
on
talking?
television, they are, including the people in this audience. They'll say bad things about me, and then they'll say, "Thank God he's here," because half of them got
Dynamic.
mugged,
Good God.
and they don't want to get mugged again. But they're, they work for they work for stupid people that are radical left, and they're made to do things and say things that they don't want to be saying. But the people right here are all happy because you're not going to be mugged in Washington, D.C. anymore. I just want to say Johnny's been my friend for a long time. He's an incredible guy, and we will lay out the red carpet. Andrew, you're going to be fantastic. Rick is going to be everything Rick ever touched has always worked out, and he's working with me on the Kennedy Center. And his very good friend was an actor on Broadway for 5 years, right? And I assume he's helping us a little bit, right?
Yes.
And Andrew, you're all excited about it?
Absolutely.
Would you like to say something?
This is a great opportunity, Mr. President, to show off the first 250 years of the United States of America's greatness, and then the hope and promise of the next 250 years. When you think this World Cup is going to be over our 250th birthday, Mr. President, your leadership, obviously.
ETH is just
FIFA
cooking right now.
Leading the way. This is the largest sporting event in the history of the world under the Trump administration. So very excited.
I just want to say one thing. Andrew Giuliani,
Trying to get this 55
the
level
greatest mayor
again.
in the history of New York.
Oh, damn it.
I think by far. He took a ravaged city, a city that was really under siege. Probably most people thought it was going to survive. He turned it around. He was a great, great mayor. And then they treated him very, very unfairly. You go back and tell your father all of the things that have come out over the last couple of months through Tulsi and through all of the people, Cash, everybody. They've proven your father 100% correct. His father was treated so unfairly. Your father has been 100% correct. And tell him we all love him, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's been amazing. What he had to go through was very, very unfair, nasty. These are bad people. Mr. Vice President, would you like to say something?
Well, sure, Mr. President. Thank you, and thanks to Johnny for being here. We're very thrilled about the World Cup. Just to echo something the President said about crime in Washington, D.C., this is the national capital of the greatest nation in the world, and we had murder rates just a few weeks ago that rivaled some of the worst third-world cities anywhere, even in very, very poor regions of the world. Why did we accept that? Why did we allow it to happen? We allowed it to happen
Are we green
because
yet?
we had broken leadership in Washington, D.C.
$400. All right, $400.
What we have shown
Was down
in
over
just under
4,000,
2 weeks
so we're getting there,
of taking
boys.
law enforcement seriously is that the American people can have their streets back
We're
if
getting
their
there.
leadership is willing to put in the time and the resources. Mr. President, you've shown in Washington, D.C. that we can have safe streets again. We've just got to have the political willpower to focus on the bad guys and to give the American people back their communities. We are focused on doing that thanks to the President's leadership.
Thank you. And that's a really very small percentage. It's 2%, 3%, but that 2% and 3% wreaks just havoc throughout a community. People are petrified, and I notice a couple of the women in the back are shaking their head, yes, yes, yes. I won't report who you are because you'll end up losing your
Crime
job.
rate.
But,
What is this?
But it's true. It's amazing. And the police, and you look at the D.C. National Guard, I saw pictures of them last night getting off vans and all, and I
Crime
saw
per
some bad
thousand.
ones running, but they're not running so much anymore. They're not there. They're just not even. They're not even trying. You're totally safe. Now there'll be something happening sometime. I don't know. Maybe it won't be for a long time. But this was every night.
Damn.
you'd get
I looked
reports
up
of people
Alaska.
being mugged and kidnapped.
Anchorage,
There's
Alaska,
one woman
highest-
on television last night. She had a badly busted up nose, and she's like our streets the way they used to
Highest
be.
rate
And
percentage.
single market
She thinks it's gonna
update,
happen,
S&P
like,
futures
really
up
nothing.
101, the
And
Dow
they said,
futures
"What happened
up
to your nose?"
916,
She got
Nasdaq is
slugged by
up
a guy walking down the street,
372,
slugged.
crude
Her
is
nose
up
will
6
never be the
cents
same, I guarantee you,
at
unless it- unless it takes a pretty
$63.58,
good
natural
turn.
gas is down
She
12
wasn't
cents
really for
at
us.
$2.71.
Memphis, Tennessee
Gold
is
up
freaking
$36
Before this happened,
at
Crime central.
34.1790. Bitcoin
And,
For
futures
violent
up
crime?
3660 at
in
116,000.
Oakland and Detroit, Little Rock, Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City, Milwaukee, St.
But
Louis,
she was hit hard.
Dayton,
It's not gonna happen
Birmingham.
anymore. Not going to happen anymore. But then we're going to beautify the city too. That's where I was today at Kennedy Center. And we're going to beautify the city like it has. And we're working with Clark
Alright, back to
Construction,
trading.
biggest
I gotta make some money.
construction company in Chicago. And in Chicago,
Memphis is a shithole?
and,
I've never been there.
Washington. And the head of Clark is great. He's all over the world, actually. But Washington, I would say, is their home. That's where they do the best work.
No, Ticker, Intel, Trump is poised to unveil Intel deal for equity stake on Friday. It's on the wire now for Intel
Clean,
INTC
beautiful
shares seeing
place. It's
spike
going to be better
activity.
than it ever was before. Literally better than it ever was before. We'll get it done very quickly. And I want to thank Clark.
Is that good or bad? We don't even know.
They're doing a lot of work in a lot of different locations.
Kinda
but,
scared, honestly.
They've been fantastic for getting us the right contractors and the people that can really do the job right. And Johnny, did you want to say something?
Yes, I have one more thing, because as you rightly say, with security and beautifying
On Intel
cities
INTC,
and the whole country,
Trump poised to
we want
unveil Intel
people
deal for
to come
equity stake on
and enjoy
Friday.
and have fun, and that's why this is not just the most iconic trophy in the world of sport. But we start on the 10th of September the sale of tickets for the FIFA World Cup. And we have the first ticket here for the final.
Good. Wow.
For you.
Oh, good. That's cool. Wow.
It's, of course, row 1, seed 1. It's ticket number 45, 47. And it's for the final in New York, New Jersey. And so you have your ticket already for the final. All the others, 10th of September, start getting your tickets.
That's beautiful, yeah.
6.5, 7 million tickets. Fans will enjoy the
records.
security here. Will be fantastic.
You're going to do record business, I think.
100%.
Christy, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Mr. President, millions of people will come to this country, and we'll make sure they get their travel documents, their visas, that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy this sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the world. And, sir, you're reminding me of something that my dad used to say all the time when I was growing up. He would say, Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capital, you're bringing respect back to this city. And people will respect our country more because it's safe, it's clean, it's beautiful. And what you're doing is transforming this nation by making sure that our laws are upheld. And millions of people are going to come and be able to enjoy it next year, and I'm excited about that. Thank you for doing that.
Well, our country is respected again. And a year ago, we had a dead country. I'm telling you, it was a dead country. It was a country that had lost its way. It was a country that was going to fail. Look, even today, where they say $4 trillion in reductions of deficits, and this was totally unexpected. They didn't expect it. I mean, I don't know where they've been, the people that do this stuff, but it's terrible. I want to thank Christy for another reason. I said to her 2 weeks ago, I said, Christy, do me a favor. I built hundreds of miles of wall. I built the same wall that the Border Patrol asked me to build. It wasn't my first choice. I wanted to do concrete plank and everything nice, but you wouldn't have been able to see through it. So I had Border Patrol in, and they tested everything else. And we gave them steel wall, high-grade steel, very hard to cut. Then we gave inside that is 9,000-pound concrete, which is a very tough concrete. Inside that is rebar, a big, fat piece of rebar. So you have all
BFDV through
different
20.
materials
Come
that are very hard to
on.
cut.
Come
We need
on!
instruments to cut each one. And
Stop this
I said,
shit.
we got to get a coat of paint on it. And I didn't know she was listening, but I said, we got to get a coat of paint, and it should be black, because black makes the steel very hot. It's untouchable. You could fry an egg on it. And if you got a good black, flat paint, it would look beautiful. It will preserve it from rust. And that was it. And I gave it to her along with 30 other things, and she's done such a good job on the border with Tom Holman and the group. Tom Holman's a fantastic guy, what the job he does, and the way they work together. So I turned on last night, and I see Christie's painting the wall. And it looked beautiful, by the way, when that paint went over there.
And it's hot.
It's hot.
Yes, it is.
It's hot. If it's white, it's not hot. If it's black, it's going to be very hard to climb that sucker. It's not going to be easy. But it's black and a high quality black. You know, it really looked good.
Yeah, we got
Is
the
that going
paint
to be
you
a
told us.
two-coat?
I feel like buying that beam in our dip there.
One coat.
We used the paint you told me to buy.
Yep. The two-coat will take place in 3 years from now. Right? We'll do the second coat. But it looks beautiful. But thank you very much. I didn't know you were listening to that, because we talked about 7 different subjects, and all of a sudden I see her out there painting with a lot of painters and everything else. But it was a beautiful thing to say. Would you like to say something? You've been such a big part of this. Please.
Well, just, Mr. President, we're delighted to be here today.
Freaking
A. But we're also
I can reverse the stock, boys. I still got it.
July 19th in New York, New Jersey.
We're going to be there. A lot of people are going to be there.
A lot of people.
I'd like to thank you all. Do you have any questions on FIFA, first of all?
It's going to be a big event at the Kennedy Center. Do you intend to take part in it? Will you have a part to play on December 5th?
I may play. I mean, I see the money that these soccer players, but I see the money that these soccer players are making. I may try and play. I'm a very good athlete. My son is a very good athlete, and he's a good soccer player. He's on the tall side for soccer. He's 6'9". That's pretty tall. But
He's 6'9"?
It's on the tall side, but he's good.
Jesus.
But no, I may put on shorts. I look extremely good in shorts and join the play. You know? No, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be good.
Many foreigners who want to come to attend the event are concerned about the visa situation. Can you reassure them?
Yeah, they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very, very easy, and other countries are going to be obviously a little bit more difficult. Would you like to explain that, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a process set up that we'll be implementing on getting visas approved. Everybody will be thoroughly vetted, but they'll be welcome to this country. It'll happen quickly, and we're excited for them to come. So I would hope that around the world people know that the United States
it's
is
juice
excited
in there,
to bring
boys.
their family here to enjoy this event.
America welcomes the world.
Yes.
And I can really, from the collaboration that we have, testify for that, absolutely. Thank you.
And I was just sent a picture from somebody that wants to be there very badly. He's been very respectful of me and of our country, but not so respectful of others. But he'll, I'm going to sign this for him, but I was sent one, and I thought you'd all like to see it. That's a man named Vladimir Putin, who I believe will be coming, depending on what happens.
Russia's not allowed in the World Cup, I don't think, right?
Depending on what happens. We
Are
have a lot
they?
of things happening
Oh, that
over
was the
the
Olympics that
next
Russia's out
couple
of.
weeks. But I thought it was a nice picture of him. Okay of me, but nice of him. So
I don't think it's up to Trump.
It was sent to me. Okay.
That's got to be a World Cup decision.
Yes.
Have you talked to Vladimir Putin about the fact that yesterday a big U.S. factory was hit in a Russian airstrike in Ukraine? What's your reaction to
I
that?
told him I'm not happy about it, and I'm not happy about anything having to do with that war. I settled 7 wars, and actually, if you think about pre-wars, add 3 more, so it would be 10. I thought this would be in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. No, I'm not happy about anything about that war.
Yeah, that was in the news yesterday, Cheese. That's why the rare earth juice yesterday. If I know you weren't around because your, beautiful Intel computer was having issues, melting and all, but that was out yesterday.
Call with Prime Minister Carney of Canada yesterday morning.
Yes.
Canada is taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs, yeah.
Exactly.
He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice. And we're going to have another call soon. Okay. Yeah, we had a very good call.
You're getting closer towards an agreement on trade?
I like them. Look, I'm fighting for the United States. Canada and Mexico have taken a lot of our business over the years, over 25, 30 years, especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States now. Well, hot as a pistol, and it's coming back in. Because of tariffs and the incentives we give, it's coming back. And it's impossible, I think, for another country to stop it. And we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada. I like Carney a lot. I think he's a good
Heath
person.
breaking the 90 man in 1
We
minute.
had a very good talk yesterday, so I think it'll be good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the search of Ambassador Bolton's home. The Vice President recently just did an interview saying that it's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him. What are the concerns?
Well,
that
I
you
haven't
have?
spoken to Pam in the group yet, but I will be. I saw that just like everybody else. I try and stay out of that stuff. I'm allowed to be, and I'm chief law enforcement officer, believe it or not. I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. That's the position. But I purposely don't want to really get involved in it. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And he suffers major Trump derangement syndrome, but so do a lot of people, and they're not being affected by anything we do. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that. I'll find out about it. But if you believe the news, which I do, I guess his house was raided today. But my house was raided also, called Mar-a-Lago. They went through everything they could, including my young son's room and my wife's area. They went through her drawers, as the expression goes. They went through everything you can imagine. And when she came back, she said, she's very neat, she's meticulous. And she looked and she said, whoa, this wasn't the way that she had it. So, so I know the feeling. It's not a good feeling. Thank you.
Mr. President, how long will you give Putin?
A couple of weeks. We're going to figure it out. We'll find it.
Do you think you'll have to intervene at some point?
Look, it takes 2 to tango. You understand that. I wanted to have a meeting with those 2. I could have been at the meeting, and a lot of people think that nothing's going to come out of that meeting. You have to be there. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. But we're going to see. In the meantime, people continue to die. But I've solved 7 of them where they were in wars for 31, 35, and 37 years. We had 3 of them that were for more than 30 years, Johnny, and I got them solved. And we solved one that could have been
Intel,
a
1
nuclear
minute.
war with India and Pakistan.
Shares of
Everything related to
Alphabet
the
or
nuclear
Google
war.
right
I
now,
solved them all.
206.95.
And this
I
one,
report Apple
I thought
in
we
talks
would have
to
had it
use
done by now,
Google's
but it's
Gemini.
It's just
Gemini
disgusting
AI,
that
voice assistant.
basically the option
Well,
market
nice now,
can do
about
this to a stock.
3.5%.
We'll see
It's
what
just
happens. I think
disgusting.
in 2 weeks we'll know which way I'm going, because I'm going to go one way or the other, and they'll learn which way I'm going.
Mr. President, if I got 2 questions for you, one on FIFA, the other
Did you
one on
play
DC.
it, Good Banana?
Let's talk. Can you talk about the economic impact that FIFA will have in these cities, and what's your message to the mayors to get their cities prepared, not only the beautification process, but also the safety aspect?
Well, Los Angeles is an example. You know, it's poorly run. We have a mayor there
What am I
that can't
clicking
even
on
get
here?
permits to the people that lost their houses. Lee Zeldin got every permit. The hardest permit is the federal permit. Within 20 days, every single permit was there for the people to build their houses. But people are writing us and they're saying they won't give us. The mayor is incompetent. The governor is incompetent. You know, Gavin. I know Gavin very well. He's an incompetent guy with a good line of bullshit, and he doesn't get the job done. And frankly, those people want to build their houses. It's terrible. They could have been built. Some of them could have been built already. But think of it, the federal government that has the most complex part, and it's the most complex environmental thing to do. We got it, everybody had it within 30 days. And they're not even close to getting their permits. And now they're talking about taking some of those sites and building low-income housing on them. These are high-end neighborhoods. And I'm all for low-income housing. I built a lot of low-income housing. I know all about 236. I know every program that there is in the government. I used every one of them. I know more about low-income housing than probably almost anybody. And it's great. It's fine. It's wonderful. But you don't build it in Pacific Palisades. You don't build it there, and you don't build it in the other areas that burned down. So they're talking about putting up low-income housing. And you talk about riots. They're going to have riots if that happens because you're taking the people's property away. They want to build their houses, and they're unable to get permits from the mayor and from the governor. And that's a terrible thing. But, and let me tell you, if I didn't send in the troops in Los Angeles, Johnny wouldn't be in Los Angeles. You wouldn't be having your World Cup there. I sent in the troops, and we kept it. And even the police commissioner, the sheriff and the police commissioner, they all said the same thing. They said, we could have never handled what was happening. You saw that, you were there. He said we could have never handled what was happening. And then you hear Gavin Newsom, after it's all quelled, you hear Newsom get up and say, we could have done this for ourselves. No, they couldn't have. And if they could have, I wouldn't have taken the chance either.
Okay, my second question is on crime prevention. Would you be open to expanding the national concealed carry to apply to
Watch
DC
gun
like
stocks.
it does in other states like Texas?
Yeah. Well,
I don't
they
even
have
know
it
what
in
that would
some
be.
states, and they feel strongly about it. As you know, I'm in favor of it. People have to protect themselves. I'm a Second Amendment person, very simply. People have to be able to protect themselves.
Q, yeah, that'd be actually
Especially
one of
like
them.
in Washington, you walk down the street, a guy comes up and slugs you. He's got a pistol in his hand. You can be tough. You can be in great shape. You can be a powerful person, or you can be a guy that weighs 100 pounds with a gun in your hand. And I'll bet on the guy with a gun 100% of the time, right? And so you need protection. So I'm a Second Amendment person all the way. Yeah, please.
President Trump, you said this morning that you were working with Congress to get $2 billion to help clean up DC. Have you had any conversations with Mike Johnson and John Thune about where they're going to get that money from?
Of which money?
You said this morning that you're going to get $2 billion from Congress to help clean up
Yeah,
DC.
I've spoken to Mike Johnson. I've spoken to
Trump with comments says, I am a Second Amendment person.
and I think it's going to be very easy to get. It's going to be not a lot of money. I wouldn't even know where to spend the number that you mentioned, but it's going to be money to beautify the city. Yeah.
Shares of
They're ready.
PEW seen a bump in activity, new
Everybody
high.
wants to save DC.
Those comments
In
from
one way, it's
Trump.
the
Up
easiest.
Echo Whiskey.
The violence was more than any other city in the country, actually, by far. It may have been more than any other city in the world, if you could think.
Got arrested
we
because
looked
that's
at
forced
some
on
of
an
the worst
armed
cities
robber in
the
their
world, it was
home.
worse.
Where
And
was
that's
this?
why It angers me to see the mayor saying about how they have it on the
All right. The reason why I keep playing this core weave, by the way, there is a massive squeeze forming here, and I just don't know when it's going to pop, up or down, whatever way this thing wants to go, but it is coiled,
Plan to get it before
ready to
the
go.
September 30 spending deadline on the Hill.
Well, I don't know if there is a deadline, because if I declare a national emergency, which this was, that ends the deadline. So, I mean, I keep seeing about a 30-day deadline, of which we have 22 days left or something. But if I think we're in great shape here, that's one thing. But if I don't, I'm going to just say it's a national emergency. And if I have a national emergency, I can keep the troops there as long as I want. If people are not going to want to have the troops in 30 days, you know, it's one thing to get them out. It's another thing to keep them out for a long period of time. You've got to train people. You can't do this. You can't bop people over the head. And a lot of those people are in courts right now, going to court. They're going to go to jail for a long time. So that's going to take take more than 30 days.
I feel like we're going to retest this level first.
I'll declare a national emergency.
And if so, it could.
Which I don't think I'll have to do.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Mr. President,
Right now it's 95-48, and there's the bottom side test, like I freaking just said.
And frankly, of Ukraine, it takes two.
What are the 2 ways you can go at the end of 2 weeks then?
Well, then I'm going to make a decision as to what we do. And it's going to be a very important decision. And that's whether or not it's massive sanctions or massive tariffs or both. Or do we do nothing and say it's your fight? Look, I would have never been in this war if I were president. You wouldn't have had this war. It was never going to happen. This was caused by stupid people.
Bounce it, man. Come on.
And you know, people say, well, how do we know? Because for 4 years, it was never even a subject. And Vladimir knew, and you see his picture right here. It was nice that he sent, but Vladimir knew very strongly we wouldn't have stood for it. It wouldn't have happened. 100% wouldn't have happened, but it did happen. And now they're losing from 5 to 7 young kids. Think of it, you're a parent and your son is leaving. He's Russian or he's Ukrainian. And he's leaving and they're waving goodbye. Nice, beautiful kid. Nice crew cut, all set. He wants to be a soldier. And goes there first week, he has his head blown off. And he's no different than you people, me. And it doesn't matter where. I mean, I solved a problem in the Congo that was vicious. Rwanda and the Congo, the Republic of the Congo. And
This is it. This is the freaking moment. Go!
People were getting their heads chopped off. That was going on for 31 years. I got it solved. You saw it. They came to the White House. We signed an agreement. It was amazing. People can't believe we got it done. I love to stop killing. I really do. People thought it would be just the opposite. Hillary Clinton said, "Oh, he'll get us into a war." No, I'm getting everybody else out of wars.
Go! Then that you do nothing if Putin doesn't come to the table for a ceasefire or try to end the war.
I'll see whose fault it is. If there are reasons why.
What is this shit?
I know exactly what I'm doing. We're going to see whether or not they have a meeting. That'll be interesting to see. And if they don't, why didn't they have a meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting. But I'll know in 2 weeks what I'm going to do. I have pretty good ideas.
Your Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
Keeping it open.
If they wanted to release,
people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that it could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be. You know, people, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency, and the Democrats
it's going to break downside.
Bringing up that stuff, but it affected them.
It's a nasty
Bill
candle.
Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up, frankly. You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers, the head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. I mean, but I don't want to hurt Larry Summers, but he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No, this is a Democratic hoax to try and get the the significance of what we've done over the past 7 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They say it's #1 in history. What we've done, including stopping 7 wars. I mean, just include that. And now you look,
Tesla looks like a
at
go.
the stock market today. It's way up to start off with from where I took it. And this market was going to crash. If Joe Biden or Kamala were president, this market, we would have had a crash like in 1929. You're not going to have that. It's only a question of how high is it going to go. You know, I had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And despite COVID, We had the strongest economy in the history of our country, and we're going to blow it away this time. I was always good at making a lot
Speaking
of
of Tesla, there it goes.
money. And whether it was for myself or whether it was, I like doing it this way better. I mean, I like making it for the country. Our country's been ripped off by friend and foe, nations all over the world ripped off, and the friends have been much worse than the foes for the most part. And they're not ripping us off. We just signed a deal with the European Union. They're paying us essentially $950 billion, like a signing fee. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of energy. They weren't buying much of our energy there. And they're very smart in doing it. And as you know, Ursula was here a couple of days ago having to do with the people, the leaders that we had a great, people said they've never seen anything like it. Well, we had the leaders of Europe right here in the Oval Office. And she's so happy that she has an agreement. But people aren't ripping us anymore. We're run by, this country is run by smart people now.
Mr. President, in Israel...
Two questions. One is that Intel, there have been reports that you're considering taking a stake in Intel.
There it is.
About the 10%?
But the 10%.
Yeah, I met a man. He was a very nice man, and I called for his removal because I saw something by a man named Tom Cotton, a senator from Arkansas. He's a great guy, friend of mine, supporter of mine, big supporter. I'm a supporter of his too. And he wrote a pretty nasty story about the head of Intel. And I said, well, if that's right, he should resign. And he came in, he saw me, we talked for a while. I liked him a lot. I thought he was very good. I thought he was somewhat a victim, but, you know, nobody's a total victim, I guess. And I said, you know what? I think the United States should be given 10% of Intel. And he said, I would consider that. I said, well, I'd like you to do that because Intel has been left behind, as you know, compared to Jensen and some of our friends, NVIDIA, some of the people, and the people in, because Intel should have never been. Intel was the biggest, most powerful chip company in the world. And then they started leaving. And they started going to foreign countries, in particular Taiwan.
It's not really getting any
And if we had a
stretch
president
here.
that would have said, okay, you can go to Taiwan, but we're going to put a 100% tariff or a 200 or 300 or a 500% tariff. Anybody that
It is
sells into the
dilution,
United
but
States
it also
has to
means
pay. They
Intel's
wouldn't
not
have
going to
left.
go like belly
They
up
would have never left, and we wouldn't have. So in the meantime,
when you're
we had
backed
people
by the
that were,
freaking United States
in some
government.
cases, good politicians that weren't good on trade.
Love or hate
I
it,
loved that
that's
man, but he was not good
the
on
truth of
trade.
it.
I totally disagreed. He allowed the car industry to be.
It also means you're not going to get tariffs.
50% of our car.
You're going to tariff the country they're invested in.
It's all coming back. But
Members,
it's
on this
something
Intel, Trump considering an Intel
Intel
deal for 10%.
a giant right now. Now with that, they've had some bad
Equity
management
stake.
over the years, and they got lost.
You know that reporter
I said,
freaking
I
had
think you should
a
raise 10% of your company.
had her calls
And
bought
they said
before she
yes.
asked that
That's
question.
about $10 billion for the. I don't get it. This comes to the United States of America. And I said, I think it would be good having the United States as your partner. He agreed. And they've agreed to do it. And I think it's a great deal for them. And I think it's a great deal. He walked in wanting to keep his job, and he ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. So we picked up $10 billion. And we do a lot of deals like that. I'll do more of them. If somebody has, like we have restrictive covenants with Jensen. We have, it's NVIDIA. To unrestrict the covenant.
Speaker Intel INTC, Trump says Intel has agreed to do a deal.
Trump
with us.
says Intel said yes to 10% stake.
But there are things you can do that don't affect us, that actually help us. And if we're going to give somebody a free out, a restricted
Intel said
covenant,
yes
we have a
to
strong
10%
restrictive
stake.
covenant on certain industries. And I will absolutely give somebody a opening on a restrict to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way. And if I do that,
The
I think the
commentary
country should
government will
be
not
paid,
be on
because
Intel
anybody
board
else,
or
I have it
major
real
role
estate
in
where I'll have a
governance.
deal
I
with
come from Wall
somebody,
Street Journal.
and I'll have them restrictive covenant. Then they'll come back and they'll say, I'd love to be able to build over here, but I'm not allowed to because you have me covered, you have me restricted. I say, I'll let you build over there, but pay me a lot of money. No different. But the country never did it because the country was run by foolish people.
On PC5, you said Chicago might be next. Are you making, have there been concrete steps that the administration is taking
No,
to do that?
I
Or what
haven't
are other
spoken.
cities? as
I
well?
haven't spoken to the mayor. He's grossly incompetent. I haven't spoken to the mayor. No, when we're ready, we'll go in and we'll straighten out
as soon as I
Chicago,
hit the sell button.
just like we did D.C. Chicago is very dangerous.
On ELAB,
Stuff there. I have the most beautiful building in
agrees,
Chicago.
announces it won't spot
But I hate
$6-7
to
million in
see
gross
what's
proceeds
happened
from
to Chicago.
warrant
Chicago
inducement.
is our greatest city,
That's on
actually.
ELAB.
Tisch, a great friend of mine, passed away. He used to own the Giants and very successful Lowe's. He said Chicago, I think they had their main office in Chicago. He said Chicago and San Francisco are the two greatest cities in the world. Now you look at what the Democrats have done to San Francisco. They've destroyed it. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. And, you know, it's just different. We can clean that up too. We'll clean that one up too. No, if everything works out, and we've already had calls from other cities, quiet calls from Democrats. We'd love you to come here because they've lost control of their cities. I'm not going to say because I don't want them to lose their elections. But we've had calls from Democrats and calls from people generally. We'd love you to come here because we'll straighten out the problems.
Mr. President, in Israel, the families of hostages in Israel, families of hostages are opposed to the reoccupying of Gaza. Why is the U.S. still
Well, not
supporting
all of them. And you have to understand, I'm the one that got all of the hostages out. You got a lot of people out. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be out. I worked with Bibi and I worked with Steve Witkoff. But if it wasn't for me, you would have all these hostages would most likely be dead right now, every one of them. So they all come up here. They come in groups of 10, 12, 13, and many of them, and I've gotten to know a lot of them. They're great people. What they had to go through is incredible. But so now they have 20, but the 20 is actually probably not 20 because a couple maybe aren't around any longer. It's a terrible thing. No, I don't like anymore. I said, you know, when you get down to 20, they're not going to make deals anymore. And they didn't. And then I put out a statement, as you know, that was a tough statement, go in and get them. And they said, we'll give you 10, we'll give you 10. I don't know what Israel's doing, but they were willing now immediately to give us another 10. The situation has to end. It's extortion, and it has to end. And
Rejected.
we'll see what happens. I actually think they're safer in many ways if you went in and you really went in fast and you did it. And people can't forget October 7th, remember that. I'm friendly with all groups. I won the Arab vote in Michigan. I did so great with the Arab vote, remember? I started off at 0. I ended up winning. I wouldn't say the candidate was the greatest, but I would have won against anybody. They're great people. But we have to do things properly. And, you know, I'm very proud to say I got the hostages out. You have hundreds of people that are living now because of me. And now we have that final little group of people. And Hamas knows that if they give them, that's probably the end of their lives. So it's not easy to get. And I know if you're a parent, you just don't care. You want, I want my baby back. They want their babies back. They want their kids back. And I understand it. But I got them out and did a good job. And we're doing everything we can to get the hostages out. Thank you all very much. Yes?
So Jackson Hole, Jay Powell today said, he suggested that they might cut interest rates, but they don't proceed.
Well, we call him too late for a reason. He should have cut him a year ago. It's too late. You know, we have a stock market that's up 1,000 points today.
Because of Jay Powell.
No, see, it's down 1,000, right? But it's up 1,000 points when I came in here. We have a country that the market's the hottest it's ever been. The country's better than it's ever been. We have a military that I rebuilt largely in my first term. We had a great, successful first term, but this is going to be even better. But we rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, but relatively small compared to the overall. But I think it was the most embarrassing day and period in the history of our country that they allowed those 13 wonderful people, but it's really hundreds of people were killed. And they don't talk about the 48 that was so severely wounded with no legs, no arms, nobody ever mentions them except me. But that was the worst day, the most, it just showed how incompetent. Frankly, if that didn't happen, I really believe that you might not have had the problem with Russia. I think Putin was sitting there watching these stupid people running our country and said, this is a time to invade. It's, this is a time. And then Biden made the statement, well, he can do a small incursion. When he said that, it was off to the races, right? When he said he can do a small incursion. Remember that? I was surprised he knew the word incursion. I didn't think he had that good of a vocabulary. I want to thank everybody. It's very important to me and to everybody up here, the World Cup. And Johnny has been so incredible. I mean, he's really a great leader. I mean, to think, I said, Johnny, do it by phone. You don't have to come. No, he said, I'll come. and he flew all night long to be here and listen to this about how great we're doing in D.C. But he's a fantastic leader. This will be your most successful World Cup ever. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. America win. Yeah. Can we win it, Mr. President?
I don't know. That's I watch some of those teams go right. They go down that field. I don't know. But let me ask you: what chance does America have of winning?
Say 0.
Well, the home team always has a good chance to win. And
Oh, diplomatic answer. You got to say nothing. 0.
Yeah, of course.
Not even getting to the quarterfinals.
Mr. President?
It all depends on what pool you get. Who the hell knows?
He's very tall.
It's still 0 chance, though. Let's be
The goalies are
clear.
very tall now, right?
Yeah, goalies are very tall.
The goalies, well, he'd be a perfect goalie.
100%.
At his height, he'll be a great
Yeah,
goalie.
exactly.
So we'll put him with the American team.
Yeah.
No, but do the Americans have a chance of like getting into the quarterfinals?
Yes,
right?
definitely. No, the quarterfinal definitely. But then, as the tournament goes on with the public 250 years of United States, let's not forget, they will all feel energized about that.
You know, it's amazing. The talent is really great when you watch these things. I went to the game 2 weeks ago, and it was a big upset. But you look at these people, the way they pass it, it's amazing, really amazing. It's a great, it's a great
50% there for every goal scored against us.
what?
Will you draw the names?
I don't know. He's the boss.
That's an interesting proposal.
He's the boss.
We'll discuss that.
It's going to be great. And I think the American team is going to do well. I mean, I hear it's a very good team. Good luck, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. You keep a lot of those. Thank you guys. Thank you.
No, I just got one.
Thank you.
This was sent to me.
We're done. Thank you.
It was a nice photo. Thank you very much.
You guys keep moving. Thank you. Andre, you guys keep moving. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Moving.
There's a lot more gold in that room now, huh? Jeez, the man likes gold. Jeez. All right. Well, we got a little bit of trade off of that. Zoom juice in here. Not sure what that's about. Bitcoin. I'm currently long Bitcoin. Let it juice, baby. It was the first cryptocurrency I could click on after I heard the J Pound news. Million and you get 10,000. Golly, you make more money just off of interest off of that if you just put it somewhere. Not worth. You're green, CSOM. Congrats. I'm not. Like 1,000 red. Bitcoin breaking 117,000. It's a big level. Previous week low. I have a. It's also the 4-hour 200 here, huh? FMFC starting to go again. Hello. Anybody got anything setting up? Not really seeing much right now. Open. Damn, dude. That's wild. I don't know if it has enough time to break out over 5, but that is on watch for next week for sure. Apple curling, yeah. STS. I need something that's moving. Everything's like grinding. EEIQ. This is interesting. Come on, stuff can't be dying already. Just kind of looking at the 1 hour of open. Resistance, 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 broke through, retest, retest, and then just juice. That was it right there. Wasn't paying attention to it. I'm sure it is cheese. God. Picture or painting. It's gonna be sell the news. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna go down. Open again. It's going for it. Can I get 5 today? I don't know. Jeez. Options saying no. I'm just looking, cheese. Bitcoin up. I don't know the low float Bitcoin plays. I just know the Ethereum ones. What? There had to be one that we were playing. That It's a nice bounce on circle off of that 136. Velo. Oh, we're over yesterday's levels. Okay. You have my attention. Intel coming back to White House for the announcement, huh? Today or a different day? Jeez, on coming back to the White House. Come on, give us something. That's 78. Hmm. BMNR. Looking for that VWAP. ETH didn't do anything right now, so maybe a 53 Kraken bounce just for a little scalp play, maybe. This range, though, that's like a buck. GGLL? Wow, I cannot believe Google. Such bullshit. Open. Still pushing. Oh, this is going to be like, oh, noticeable drop in whatever. Nope. doubling down on its new look. Drop the dollar. I'm going to be... Yep, okay. Filled at the bottom, though. I mean, I can't bottom tick Billy there, boys. Go green now. Look at that. Blow it out, and then came and went green. Just disgusting. No problem, Sammy. Unbelievable. Get so close to green and another $1,000 loser. And close to green and then another 1,000. And just stop volume now. Just zero volume. And a cock. Why not? Get me out of this shit. So sick of today, man. That might do it for me now. Take a break. I'll be back in like an hour, but I'm just so done with this shit today, man. That is now the third time. I was so close to green and then dicked me. Well, since I couldn't give you marbles this week, I'll give you another marbles. There you go. Mr. Marbles himself. We're going to go raid him. That's it. I'm like $2,000 red now. Yep. I was within $400 3 times to getting green. And each time was a $1,000 loser. I just can't. So, yep. Old Man Marbles. We'll be back at it freaking Monday. I think that puts me $1,000 red on the week now. It's disgusting. You guys are awesome. I'll be back in like 30 minutes in Discord or something, but just so appalled today. Anyway, later. Peace out, everybody.